The light has gone out of the corners of the room now. The day is still somewhere beyond the walls, but it is no longer pressing at you in the same way. What remains is the quieter part of night, when the hum of the house softens and every object seems willing to leave you alone. And still the mind can keep working, not on the big things, always. Sometimes it works on one conversation, one look, one moment when you could feel yourself being misunderstood in real time and felt that old reflex rise again. Explain it better, soften the tone, add the missing piece, go back and make yourself easier to read. That kind of tiredness is its own kind of labor. It sits in the jaw. It sits in the throat. It lives in the small pause before a sentence, where you begin arranging words, not only to say what is true, but to prevent someone else from reaching for the wrong version of you. By the end of a day like that, a person can feel oddly used up, even if nothing dramatic happened. Just too much clarifying, too much adjusting, too much inner editing. Maybe you know that feeling. You said what you meant or tried to. You offered the context. You explained the intention behind the awkward phrase, the quiet mood, the delayed reply, the choice that made sense inside your own heart. You tried to bridge the distance. But some distances do not close because of better wording. Some people are not waiting for clarity. They are waiting for confirmation of what they already think. That is the part that hurts. Not only being misread, but spending your breath on the hope that one more explanation might undo it. So when night comes, the body lies down, but the mind is still standing in that doorway. It is still revising, still rehearsing, still trying to hand over a cleaner account of itself. Tonight, we are going to loosen our grip on that work, not by force, not by pretending it never mattered, just by letting the night become larger than the conversation. There are some doors words do not open. There are some minds that stay made up. There are some versions of you that will go on living in other people whether you chase them or not. It is a hard thing to admit at first. It can feel like surrender, but there is relief tucked inside it too. Because once you stop trying to manage every misunderstanding, some energy comes back to you. The energy that was tied up in polishing, softening, defending, proving. The energy that belongs to your own body, your own breath, your own rest. The mattress under you does not need an explanation. The dark room does not need a polished version of your heart. The blankets do not ask whether your reasons were good enough. They only hold their weight. They only keep you here. If a few unfinished sentences are still moving through the mind, let them move more slowly. They do not have to become anything tonight. They can pass through and fade. They can remain unsent. They can remain unresolved. Nothing terrible will happen if they are not completed before sleep. The stories we are entering are not arguments, and they are not lessons dressed up as comfort. They are quieter than that. They are small places where people grow tired of explaining themselves and where something gentler begins to take over. A room, a dock, a page, a table, an orchard, a door latch, a shelf of bowls cooling in the dark. If you listen closely, you may notice that each one is really about the same hidden burden, the burden of trying to narrate yourself into safety. And if you listen even more softly, you may also notice another thing. The moment that burden begins to slip, the moment a person finds they can stop chasing the perfect sentence, the moment silence stops feeling like failure, that is where we are going. So let the room grow a little dimmer in your mind. Let the day move farther away. Let the need to be perfectly understood lose some of its heat. The first story begins with rain at a back window and a woman who has spent too long preparing a defense for every small imperfection. We can begin there. Story 1. The Seamstress at the Back Window. The rain had been steady since late afternoon, a rhythmic, drumming weight against the window pane of the small studio. It wasn't a storm that demanded attention, but rather a persistent, gray presence that seemed to press the very edges of the world inward, making the room feel smaller, more enclosed, and strangely private. Inside, the only light came from a single, low-burning oil lamp that sat on the edge of the workbench, casting long amber shadows that stretched and retreated with every movement of Eleanor's hands. Eleanor sat tucked into the corner of the room where the back window met the heavy velvet curtain. Her fingers, stiff from hours of precision, moved through the familiar motions of her craft. There was the heavy, dark wool of a winter coat spread across her lap, a deep charcoal color that seemed to absorb the dim lamplight. She was working on the cuff, a section that required a particular delicate tension. As she pulled the needle through the thick fabric, a small, jagged stitch appeared. A tiny deviation from the straight line she had intended. Immediately, the familiar, frantic hum began in her chest. It was a mental rehearsal, a silent, breathless flurry of justifications. The light is dipping too low, she thought, her pulse quickening. The wool is thicker than I anticipated. If anyone saw this, they would think I was rushing. They would think I've lost my steady hand. She could almost hear the voices of the people who would eventually wear this coat. The clients who walked into her shop with expectations of perfection, their eyes scanning her work for any hint of carelessness. She felt the sudden, desperate need to explain the mistake before it was even discovered. She wanted to tell them that the humidity from the rain had made the thread swell, or that her eyes were straining against the gloom. She wanted to soften the perceived failure with a layer of context, to wrap the error in a polite, convincing narrative of circumstance. This was her habit. It was not just with her sewing, but with the very air she breathed. Whenever a task was incomplete, whenever a word was misspoken, whenever a moment felt slightly out of alignment, Eleanor felt the compulsion to offer an explanation. She lived in a state of constant, silent defense, building a fortress of because and due to around every small imperfection in her life. She reached for the small puck of beeswax on the tray, her fingers trembling slightly. She began to rub the thread against the wax, a motion meant to smooth the fibers and prevent fraying. The scent of the wax, earthy and faint, rose up to meet her. She focused on the repetitive circular motion, trying to anchor herself. It's just a stitch, she told herself. But even as the thought formed, the rebuttal followed. But if the stitch is uneven, the seam will pull. And if the seam pulls, the whole sleeve will look heavy. And if the sleeve looks heavy, they will wonder if I am still the woman they remember. The weight of the coat felt heavier on her lap. The exhaustion she felt wasn't just in her shoulders or her cramped, aching thumbs. It was a fatigue of the spirit, a weariness born from the unending labor of maintaining a perfect, unassailable image. She was tired of the mental gymnastics, the constant, invisible struggle to ensure that no one could ever find a flaw in her character by looking at her work. She looked out at the window. The rain had blurred the streetlights outside into soft, smudged halos of amber and white. The world outside was indistinct, a wash of shadows and gray. There were no eyes watching her from the street. There was no one in the room to witness the crooked stitch. There was only the lamp, the rain, and the heavy, unfinished wool. She picked up the needle again. Her thumb pressed against the edge of the cuff, pinning the fabric into place. The metal of the pin was cold against her skin. She looked at the mistake again. It was small. It was almost invisible to anyone not looking with a magnifying glass. Yet to her, it felt like a loud, bright shout in the silence of the room. She paused. The needle remained suspended in the air, a tiny silver sliver caught in the lamplight. A sudden, strange thought drifted through her mind, as unbidden as a draft from under the door. She thought about the rain. The rain did not explain itself to the glass. It simply fell. It did not justify its volume or its persistence. It did not apologize for the dampness it left behind, or the way it obscured the view of the garden. It simply was. The window accepted the rain, and the earth accepted the rain, and neither required a reason for the downpour. Eleanor stared at the charcoal wool. She felt the urge to pick up the thread and undo the stitch, to start the cuff over, to erase the evidence of her struggle so that no one could ever hold a doubt against her. Her fingers moved toward the seam, driven by the reflexive need to correct, to defend, to polish. But she stayed perfectly still, the needle hovering. For a moment, the silence of the room felt heavy, almost pressurized. Usually, this silence was where her explanations grew. It was the space where she rehearsed her defenses. But tonight, the silence felt different. It felt thick, like the wool itself. It felt like a shroud that could cover the mistake, the fatigue, and the very need to be understood. She let her hands rest in her lap. She didn't pull the thread. She didn't undo the work. She simply sat with the uneven stitch. The sensation was unsettling, like standing on the edge of a step in the dark. There was a small, sharp fear, the fear that by leaving the error unaddressed, she was leaving herself vulnerable. If she didn't explain it, would the error become her? Would the mistake define her? She took a breath, deep and slow, feeling the cool, damp air of the studio fill her lungs. She focused on the physical sensation of the breath, the expansion of her ribs, the slight ache in her diaphragm. She focused on the scent of the beeswax and the rhythmic, muffled drumming of the rain. She looked at the seam. The stitch was still there. It was still slightly crooked. The room was still dark. The rain was still falling. Nothing had changed in the physical world, yet the internal landscape felt slightly shifted, as if a heavy weight had been momentarily lifted from her chest. She realized that the coat did not need her to defend it. The wool did not care if the seam was straight or skewed. It only cared about the warmth it would eventually provide. The fabric was indifferent to her reputation. A profound, quiet realization began to settle over her, much like the way the lamplight settled over the workbench. The exhaustion she had been carrying, the constant buzzing energy of the explanation, was a choice. She was the one building the courtroom. She was the one acting as both the accused and the prosecutor. She reached for the needle again. This time she did not pick up the thread to undo the work. Instead, she simply continued. She moved into the next stitch, following the existing line, letting the previous error remain as it was. As she worked, the compulsion to justify began to ebb, replaced by a heavy, soothing lethargy. The repetitive motion of the needle, the rhythmic pull of the thread, and the steadying presence of the rain began to weave a different kind of pattern in her mind. She was no longer drafting a defense. She was simply sewing. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to soften. The tension in her neck, which had been a tight, hard knot for hours, began to loosen bit by bit. She felt the edges of her self-consciousness blurring, much like the street lights outside the window. There was no need to tell the shadows why her fingers were slow. There was no need to tell the lamp why the light was dim. There was only the work and the weight of the cloth and the peaceful, unshakable truth of the night. As the hours drifted, the distinction between the person sewing and the sewing itself
began to fade. There was only the movement of the needle, the texture of the wool, and the vast, unexplanatory silence of the rain. Eleanor sat in the back window, a part of the quiet, no longer needing to be heard, no longer needing to be seen, finally resting in the simple, profound peace of being left alone.
Story 2. The Ferry Clerk's Long Letters. The fog does not arrive with a warning. It simply settles, a heavy gray weight that turns the river into a ghost of itself. It settles on the thick mooring ropes, turning the hemp dark and swollen with moisture. It settles on the wooden pilings of the pier, making the grain of the wood feel slick and uncertain underfoot. In the small, cramped office at the edge of the dock, Samuel sat behind a heavy oak desk that had seen better decades. The air in the room tasted of damp wool and old lamp oil. Outside, the world had vanished. There was no horizon, no far bank, no lights from the town across the water. There was only the muffled, rhythmic groan of the foghorn from the distant buoy, a low, mourning sound that seemed to vibrate in the very marrow of his bones. Samuel was a man of records. He was the keeper of the ledger, the keeper of the tickets, and most burdensome of all, the keeper of the reasons. On the desk before him lay a sheet of parchment, slightly puckered from the humidity. His pen, a fine-nibbed instrument that required constant attention, hovered over the paper. He was writing a report to the dock master, a man who lived in a world of schedules, margins, and unyielding expectations. The ferry, the Mary Rose, had been delayed by 4 hours. The passengers had been disgruntled, the cargo had sat idle, and the company's timeline had been fractured. Samuel's hand moved with a frantic, precise energy. He was not merely reporting a delay. He was constructing a fortress of words. At approximately 10:15 p.m., he wrote, the ink bleeding slightly into the thirsty paper. The visibility dropped to near zero. The fog, far denser than the evening forecast suggested, necessitated an immediate cessation of movement for safety. I personally observed the sudden swell in the current, which appeared to be driven by an unpredicted tidal shift, making the navigation of the narrow channel impossible without extreme risk to the vessel and its passengers. He paused, wiping a bead of perspiration from his upper lip, despite the chill in the room. He felt the need to add more. He felt that if he could only provide enough detail, if he could only describe the exact shade of the gray mist, the precise way the water churned against the hull, the very way the light from the lantern flickered and failed, then the dockmaster would see that the delay was not a failure of management, but a surrender to the inevitable. He was exhausted. The exhaustion was not the kind that comes from physical labor, though his back ached from the cold, hard bench. It was a deeper, more pervasive fatigue. It was the exhaustion of a man who felt he had to defend his very existence against the judgment of others. Every delay,
every mishap, every moment where things went wrong required a long, elaborate narrative. He felt as though he were constantly standing in a courtroom, presenting a case for why he was not to blame for the weather, for the tide, or for the broken engine. He looked down at the drawer where the day's tickets were kept. They were neat rows of paper, each one a promise of passage, now rendered useless by the fog. He thought of the passengers, the tired travelers, the businessmen, the families, who had stared at him with impatient, narrowed eyes, waiting for an answer. He had given them long, apologetic explanations. He had tried to soften the news with descriptions of the storm, with reassurances that the captain is doing his utmost, with a desperate need to be understood as a person who was doing everything possible. He could still see the faces in his mind. Some were angry, some were indifferent, but most were simply waiting for him to stop talking and do something. Yet, even as they waited, he had found himself compelled to speak, to clarify, to weave a web of justification so that no one could point a finger at his competence. He picked up the pen again. He began to write about the crew's vigilance. He began to describe the way the captain had checked the moorings 3 times. He was building a wall of text, a barricade of adjectives, trying to protect himself from the perceived sting of criticism. The nib scratched harshly against the paper. The sound seemed too loud in the silence of the office. He felt the weight of the words as if they were physical stones he was piling up around his seat. Furthermore, he continued, his handwriting becoming more cramped, it should be noted that the secondary mooring line showed signs of unexpected tension, requiring a momentary pause to ensure the integrity of the dock structure. He stopped. He looked at the page. It was already halfway full of excuses. He leaned back, his spine popping in the quiet room. The foghorn sounded again, a long, low moan that seemed to ask a question he couldn't answer. He looked at his hands. They were stained with ink, the dark smudges clinging to his fingertips like shadows. He thought about the letters he had written in the past. There was the letter about the engine failure in July, a 3-page odyssey of technical descriptions and apologies for the loss of revenue. There was the memo regarding the late arrival of the supply barge, a document so dense with explanations of harbor master communications that it had been discarded without being read. He realized with a sudden hollow clarity that no one was reading them for the details. They were reading them for the verdict. And the verdict was always the same. The boat was late. The facts were fixed. The fog had arrived, and the fog had stayed. The weight of the words felt heavy in his chest. He felt as though he were drowning in his own explanations, smothered by the very fabric he had woven to protect himself. He was trying to control the perception of the world, trying to force the dockmaster, the passengers, and the company to see the truth of his effort. But the truth of his effort was invisible. All they saw was the delay. He looked out the window. The river was gone. The pier was gone. There was only the gray, impenetrable shroud. The river did not explain itself. The fog did not justify its presence. The tide simply rose and fell, indifferent to whether anyone understood the mechanics of its movement. A small, damp moth fluttered against the glass of the window. A frantic, tiny heartbeat against the pane. It beat its wings, trying to find a way through the barrier, trying to navigate a world it could not see. Samuel watched it for a long time. He watched the rhythmic, desperate struggle. And then he felt a strange, subtle shift in his own breathing. The tension in his shoulders, the tightness in his throat began to loosen just a fraction. He looked back at the parchment. The ink was still wet on the long, winding sentences about tension and visibility and unexpected swells. It looked messy. It looked unnecessary. He reached for a clean scrap of paper, a small, unfinished slip from the edge of the ledger. He didn't think about the dockmaster. He didn't think about the passengers' impatient stares. He didn't think about the need to be seen as competent or diligent. He simply looked at the reality of the situation. The boat was late because the fog was thick. He dipped the pen one last time. He did not use the fine, sharp nib. He used a thicker, more blunt stroke. The ferry is delayed due to heavy fog. Expected arrival 4 a.m. All moorings secure. He set the pen down. He didn't add a single adjective. He didn't describe the density of the mist or the movement of the tide. He did not mention the captain's vigilance or the integrity of the dock. He sat in the silence. For the first time in months, the silence did not feel like a vacuum waiting to be filled with justifications. It felt like a space, a real breathing space. The room felt larger. The fog outside, which had previously felt like a pressing, suffocating force, now seemed merely like a condition, a natural, quiet state of being. The coldness of the bench was no longer an adversary to be ignored through distraction. It was just the temperature of the night. He watched the ink dry on the small, short note. It dried quickly. There was nothing left to add. There was no more work to do in the realm of words. The gulls far off in the mist gave a single, lonely cry. It wasn't a cry of distress or a cry for attention. It was just a sound moving through the damp air, and then it was gone. Samuel closed the ledger. He closed the drawer with the tickets. He blew out the small lamp, and as the flame vanished, the room slipped into a soft, dim twilight. He didn't need to explain the darkness. He simply sat within it, letting the heavy, wet peace of the river settle over him as natural and as unburdened as the fog itself. Story 3. The Copyist of Cedar Hall. The draft always finds its way under the heavy oak door of the scriptorium,
a thin, biting finger of air that curls around the edges of Brother Martin's feet. It is a quiet, persistent cold, the kind that settles into the marrow of the bones and stays there through the long, ink-stained hours of the night. Cedar Hall does not sleep so much as it breathes. There is the slow, rhythmic creak of the floorboards settling, the distant, muffled chime of the monastery bell, marking the passage of an hour no one is counting, and the soft, dry scent of old parchment and aged cedar shelves. Everything in this room has a weight to it. The books, the heavy wooden desks, the iron inkwells, all of them anchored, steady and unmoving. But Martin's mind is never anchored. It is always hovering, a frantic, fluttering thing just above the surface of the page. Tonight, like most nights, Martin is working on a lineage of texts, copying the ancient words onto fresh, cream-colored vellum. The task is delicate. It requires a steady hand and a focused eye. But for Martin, the difficulty is not in the calligraphy itself. The difficulty is in the margins. If you were to look at the pages Martin has completed this week, you would see the beautiful flowing script of the main text. But if you looked closer at the edges, in the wide white spaces surrounding the sacred words, you would see a second, much smaller, much more frantic hand. The light was dim here because the candle had guttered. I had to pause to rub my hands, so the stroke is slightly uneven. The ink was thinner than usual this evening. I was interrupted by the wind against the window. Please excuse the slight smudge. These were not part of the text. They were not part of the history. They were his defenses. Every time the tip of his brush dipped into the soot-black ink, Martin felt a shadow watching him. He didn't see a person necessarily. He saw the possibility of a person. He saw the eyes of Brother Thomas, who valued precision above all else. He saw the stern, silent gaze of the abbot, who could tell by a single tremor in a letter if a monk's heart was distracted. He saw the imagined judgments of those who might later lay eyes on his work and decide in a single careless moment that Martin was sloppy or tired or fundamentally careless. The habit had become a physical weight. As he worked, his shoulders crept upward toward his ears. His neck grew stiff, a hard knot of tension that throbbed in time with his heartbeat. To write the text was one thing. To write the justification for the text was a second, much more exhausting labor. He was building a wall of words around his mistakes, trying to preempt the criticism before it could even be formed. He was trying to manage the minds of people who weren't even in the room. He dipped the brush. The bristles, a fine collection of hair, absorbed the dark liquid. He moved to a new line of text, a passage about the stillness of the forest.
a smudge. His heart gave a small, panicked leap. A tiny drop of ink had escaped the tip, landing like a dark, unintended seed on the pristine vellum. Immediately, the familiar, compulsive heat rose in his chest. His hand hovered, the brush trembling slightly. The impulse was there, urgent and demanding. Explain it, write it down, tell them how it happened, tell them the brush was too wet, tell them your hand slipped because the cold made your fingers numb. If you explain it, they won't think you are careless. If you explain it, they will see it was an accident. He felt the phantom itch in his wrist, the need to grab the pen and begin the frantic, tiny script in the margin. The moisture in the air caused the ink to run, but tonight the exhaustion was heavier than the impulse. He sat back in the hard wooden chair. The draft from under the door brushed against his ankles. He looked at the smudge. It was small, really, a dark, circular dot, no larger than a grain of sand. In the grand scale of the monastery, in the grand scale of the centuries of books held in these cedar shelves, it was nothing. It was a microscopic hiccup in a much larger story. He looked at the margin. It was crowded. The white space of the page was choked with his little apologies, his tiny defensive footnotes, his desperate attempts to be seen as perfect. The page looked cluttered, not with wisdom, but with anxiety. The text was almost buried under the weight of his own need to be understood. He looked at his hands. They were stained with ink. The black pigment settled deep into the creases of his skin, tracing the lines of his palms, like a map of his own restlessness. He took a breath. It was a slow, shaky breath, tasting of dust and old paper. He did not pick up the pen to write an explanation. Instead, he picked up the brush and, with a deliberate, slow motion, he cleaned the tip. He wiped it against the edge of the inkwell, smoothing the hairs, resetting the tool. He looked at the smudge again. It sat there, stark and unapologeable. He imagined Brother Thomas looking at it. He imagined the abbot seeing it. He imagined them thinking, Martin is careless tonight. He allowed the thought to exist. He let it sit in the room with him like the heavy wooden furniture. He didn't fight the thought. He didn't try to argue with it. He simply let it be a thought. And then he did something he had not done in years. He left the margin blank. He moved to the next line of the text. He focused on the way the ink met the paper, the way the liquid soaked into the fibers, the way the black turned into a deep, matty shadow. He focused on the sensation of the brush dragging across the vellum. A soft, rhythmic, scuffing sound that was the only sound in the room. The silence of the room began to change. It was no longer a silence that felt like it was waiting to be broken by a critique. It began to feel like a silence that was simply present. The shame of the error, the small, stinging heat of being found out, started to ebb. Without the need to defend himself, the energy that had been fueling his anxiety began to drain away, leaving behind a strange, hollowed out calm. It was the peace of surrender, not a surrender to defeat, but a surrender to the reality of the moment. The smudge was there. It was part of the page now. It was as much a part of the history of this manuscript as the words themselves. The tension in his neck loosened just a fraction. His shoulders dropped an inch. He continued to work, line by line, sentence by sentence. The empty margin felt vast, like an open field under a night sky. It was a space where nothing was required of him. No explanations, no justifications, no softening of his character. He was just a man, a brush, and a piece of paper. The bell rang in the distance, the deep, resonant tolling that signaled the end of the watch. The sound vibrated through the floor, through the cedar shelves, through the very bones of the building.
Martin set the brush down. He wiped his hands on a cloth, the movement slow and rhythmic. He began the ritual of closing his work. He wiped the inkwell, he cleaned the brush. He folded his heavy, dark robes, smoothing the fabric with hands that were no longer trembling. As he prepared to leave the scriptorium, he took one last look at the page. The smudge was still there, but the margin was wide, white, and silent. It was an empty space holding no secrets and no excuses. He blew out the candle. The darkness that rushed into the room was not heavy or threatening. It was soft, like a thick velvet blanket. As he walked through the darkened halls of the monastery, the sound of his own footsteps was the only accompaniment. He felt the weight of the day's work, but it was a good weight, the weight of a task completed, not a defense mounted. When he finally reached his cell, he lay down on his pallet. The straw creaked beneath him. The air in the room was cool, but his limbs felt heavy and warm. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in a long time, his mind did not race to explain the shadows on the ceiling or the sounds in the hallway. He simply lay in the dark, as silent and as unembellished as the empty margin, and let the sleep take him. The room is settling now. The house has finished its daytime settling, the creaks of the floorboards, the settling of the heating pipes, the distant hum of a car passing on the street outside. Everything is finding its place. Your body, too, is finding its place, sinking into the mattress, feeling the heavy, even pressure of the blankets against your legs. There is a particular kind of stillness that comes only when the lights are out. It's a heavy, quiet space. But even as the physical world grows still, the mind can remain restless, pacing. It wanders back to the day. It wanders back to the conversations that didn't quite land.
It wanders back to the moments where you felt the sudden, sharp urge to step forward and correct the record. You might feel it even now. A slight tightness in the back of your throat, or a subtle tension in your jaw. It is the residue of the day's translations. We spend so much of our energy trying to translate ourselves. We take the vast, messy, complicated reality of who we are. The nuances, the contradictions, the quiet intentions, and we try to compress them into small, digestible sentences that other people can understand. We try to smooth out the edges of our words so they don't offend. We try to add footnotes to our tone as if we could provide a manual for how we should be perceived. It is an exhausting sort of labor. It is the work of a constant, invisible editor sitting just behind your eyes, constantly revising your performance. You find yourself mid-sentence or even hours after the conversation has ended, realizing that what you said could be taken the wrong way. And so the mind begins the work of the defense. You rehearse the clarification. You imagine the follow-up email, the second attempt, the way you could have phrased it to ensure they see the version of you that you intended. You are trying to bridge the gap between your inner truth and their external perception. But there is a fatigue that comes from trying to build a bridge that the other person has no intention of crossing. There is a particular ache in realizing that some people have already decided what they see. They have looked at the map you are providing and decided to stay in the territory they've already claimed. And yet the compulsion remains, the habit of justifying, the urge to soften yourself, to polish your edges, to provide enough evidence so that no one can possibly mistake you for someone you aren't. It feels like carrying a heavy, unnecessary weight through every interaction, constantly checking to see if your words are heavy enough to hold your dignity in place. Tonight, as you lie here, I want you to notice that weight. Don't try to push it away. Just notice the sheer, blunt exhaustion of it. Notice how much energy it takes to keep the defense alive. The stories we are going to move into tonight are not about finding the perfect words. They are not about winning the argument or finally being seen. They are about the quiet, strange relief that comes when you simply stop translating. They are about the moment you realize you can leave the explanation unsaid. You can let the sentence hang unfinished and let the world hold its own opinion of you. There is a profound, hollowed out peace in letting the record remain uncorrected. As the darkness deepens in the room, let the need to be understood settle into the mattress with you. Let the need to be right or clear or justified drift toward the foot of the bed, far away from your chest. The air in the room is cool and the covers are warm. There is nothing left to defend. There is no one here to convince. There is only the steady, rhythmic rise and fall of your breath and the slow, gradual surrender to the night. We are going to step into some moments of stillness now, moments where the work of explaining is done, and the simple, unadorned truth of being is enough.
Story 4. The Widow at the Side Table. The tea had gone cold, leaving a thin, dark ring around the inside of the porcelain cup. Margaret sat at the small mahogany side table, the one that had always been tucked into the corner of the parlor, away from the direct light of the window. The evening was settling into the house, not with a sudden drop, but with a slow, creeping heaviness, like the way the shadows stretched across the floorboards as the sun dipped below the oak trees outside. The fire in the hearth had gone low. Only a few stubborn orange embers remained, pulsing faintly beneath a layer of gray ash. The warmth was retreating, pulling back into the heart of the lease, leaving the room to the chill of the approaching night. Margaret rested her hands on the table. Her fingers felt heavy. She thought about the afternoon, the way the sunlight had caught the fine layer of dust on the stairs, a thin silver veil that she hadn't yet wiped away. Usually, the sight of that dust would have triggered a frantic, internal monologue. She could already hear the voices of her husband's siblings, the way they might linger on the banister, their eyes tracing the neglect, their silence acting as a soft, polite accusation. She could almost see Claire, her sister-in-law, tilting her head, her expression a carefully neutral mask of concern, waiting for Margaret to offer an excuse. "I've just been busy," Margaret would have said. "The garden took so much out of me this week. I had intended to get to the stairs, I really did." She realized as she sat in the deepening gloom that she had been rehearsing those sentences all day. She had been preparing a defense for a trial that no one was actually holding. It was a habit, a reflex as natural as breathing, yet it felt like carrying a heavy, wet coat through every room of her life. Every choice, the way she folded the guest napkins, the decision to keep the old, frayed rug in the hallway, the way she spent her Tuesday afternoons, felt like something that required a footnote, a clarification, a gentle softening, so that no one would think she was losing her grip, or worse, that she was purposefully letting things go. She looked at the side table. On it sat the small brass key to the sideboard. It was a heavy, solid thing. For years, she had felt a strange, compulsive need to keep that key visible, or to use it with a certain performative precision, as if by demonstrating her stewardship of the house, she could prove her right to stay in it. She was defending her occupation of the space, justifying her presence in the rooms that had once been filled with a different, louder life. The house was too quiet tonight. Usually the silence felt like a void that needed to be filled with activity, with the clatter of dishes or the humming of a radio, anything to stave off the feeling that the silence was judging her.
If she stayed busy, she was coping. If she cleaned, she was maintaining. If she explained, she was present. But tonight the fatigue was different. It wasn't the tiredness of a long day's work. It was a profound, bone-deep exhaustion that came from the constant, invisible labor of narrating herself to an empty room. She thought of the guest napkins, folded neatly in the linen closet. They were the good ones, the linen ones with the slight fraying at the edges. She often found herself thinking about how they looked. Too formal, perhaps, or perhaps too much like a relic of a past era. She had spent many a moment preparing to explain why she hadn't replaced them, why she clung to these small, fraying pieces of the past. Her gaze drifted to the corner of the room where the shadows were thickest. There was no one there. There was no Claire, no nephews, no judging eyes behind the heavy velvet curtains. There was only the house and the cooling tea and the slow, rhythmic pulse of the dying fire. She picked up the brass key. It was cold against her palm. She thought about the impulse to reach for the telephone, to call someone, and mention almost casually how well the house was faring. To say, everything is fine really, just a bit quiet lately. Even that simple sentence was a defense. It was a way of preempting the doubt. It was a way of saying, please don't worry about me. I am still the person you remember. The weight of that effort suddenly felt unbearable. Margaret let the key rest back on the wood of the table. She didn't pick it up to check the sideboard. She didn't move to check the dust on the stairs. She simply sat. She allowed the thought of the uncleaned stairs to exist without a follow-up sentence. The dust was just dust. It was a physical part of the house, a settling of the world, a quiet accumulation of time. It didn't need a reason for being there. It didn't need her to apologize for its presence. She looked at the cold tea. She didn't feel the need to justify why she hadn't finished it. It was simply a cup of tea, finished or unfinished, a liquid that had reached its natural temperature. A strange, subtle shift began to occur in the center of her chest. It was as if a tension she hadn't realized she was holding, a tightness in the muscles of her throat, a clenching in her diaphragm, was slowly, imperceptibly beginning to loosen. The need to be understood, to be seen as capable or resilient or well, began to ebb away, leaving something much simpler behind. The silence of the room changed. It no longer felt like a vacuum waiting to be filled with her justifications. It felt like a substance. It felt like a soft, dark velvet that was wrapping around the furniture, around the tea, around her. She realized that the people she was defending herself to were no longer the primary inhabitants of her mind. The audience had been dismissed. The courtroom was empty. The judge had gone home. She took a slow, deep breath. The air was cool, smelling faintly of wood smoke and the damp earth from the garden. As she extended the breath, She imagined the heavy, wet coat of her explanations falling from her shoulders, sliding onto the floor, leaving her light. She didn't need to tell the house why she was sitting there. She didn't need to tell the shadows that she was okay. She was simply there. The fire gave one last, soft pop. A tiny spark, escaping the grate and vanishing into the dark. The orange glow dimmed further, turning into a deep, muted red. Margaret leaned back in her chair. Her eyes grew heavy, not with the weight of her burdens, but with the natural, peaceful heaviness of the evening. The room was dark now, the boundaries between the furniture and the shadows blurring into a single, unified stillness. There was no more need for words. There was no more need for the frantic, silent rehearsal of why. There was only the cool air, the steady rhythm of her own breathing, and the profound, uncomplicated peace of a story that required no explanation. The house was still, the dust was still, and Margaret at the side table was finally, quietly still. Story 5. The Teacher After the Bell. The school day does not end with a sudden silence. It ends with a slow, retreating tide. First, the scraping of chair legs against the wooden floor. Then the rhythmic thud of heavy boots moving down the hallway. Finally, the click of the heavy oak door and the sudden vast weight of the quiet that follows. Lucy sat at her desk, her fingers still traced with a fine, white ghost of chalk dust. The classroom was settling into itself. The late afternoon sun stretched across the empty desks, casting long, thin shadows that reached toward the back of the room like searching fingers. On the corner of her desk, a ceramic mug of tea had gone cold. A thin, dark film had formed on the surface, reflecting nothing but the ceiling tiles. She should have been packing. Her satchel sat open, its leather strap slumped heavily against the edge of the desk, waiting to be filled with the ungraded papers and the half-finished lesson plans. But Lucy wasn't packing. She was still in the hallway. She was still standing by the radiator, facing the eyes of the school board member, her heart drumming a frantic, uneven beat against her ribs. In the silence of the empty room, the conversation began again. It was a private rehearsal, a ritual she performed every evening. She was back in that moment, her back against the cold metal of the radiator, feeling the heat of a perceived slight. She could see the way the man had tilted his head, a small, skeptical movement of the chin. "I didn't mean it that way," she whispered to the empty desks. Her voice was small, lost in the vastness of the classroom. In her mind, she was refining the sentence. The first version was too sharp, too defensive. She discarded it. She tried again, smoothing the edges of her words, polishing them until they were round and harmless. It's just that the curriculum requires a certain level of flexibility," She practiced. She adjusted her tone, trying to find that perfect, delicate balance of professional authority and humble cooperation. She tried to soften her expression, imagining how she could have tilted her head to signal openness rather than resistance. This was the work of her evenings, the exhausting, invisible labor of rewriting her own history. She went through the dialogue again and again. She went back to the moment she had explained the budget discrepancy. She went back to the way she had answered a parent's question about the upcoming field trip. She replayed every syllable, every pause, every heavy silence, looking for the place where the misunderstanding had taken root. She was searching for the precise combination of words that would retroactively fix the way people saw her. She was trying to reach back through time and grasp the minds of people who were no longer there. The weight of it was physical. It felt like the grit of the chalk under her fingernails, something small but impossible to fully wash away. Her neck was stiff from the tension of holding this imaginary pose, this perfect, unassailable version of herself. She was performing for an audience of ghosts, trying to convince a room of empty chairs that she was capable, that she was kind, that her intentions were pure. The room remained indifferent. The shadows continued their slow crawl across the floor. A single piece of paper caught in a slight draft from the window skittered across the floor with a dry, scratching sound. Lucy leaned back, the old wooden chair creaking under her weight. She looked at the chalkboard. It was mostly clean, but a smudge of white remained near the bottom, a blurred memory of a math equation. She thought about how much energy she spent trying to erase the smudges of her interactions, trying to leave a surface that was perfectly, undeniably clear. The tea in her mug was cold now. She reached out and touched the side of the ceramic. The chill of it seeped into her skin. She thought about the man at the radiator. He had gone home hours ago. He had likely eaten dinner, talked to his family, and forgotten the entire exchange. He was not sitting in the dark, agonizing over the inflection of her voice. He was not reevaluating his entire opinion of her based on a 3-minute conversation. But she was here. She was the only one left in the trial, acting as both the defendant and the prosecutor. She looked at her hands. The chalk dust was embedded in the fine lines of her palms. She thought about the compulsion to explain, to provide just one more detail, one more clarification, one more piece of evidence to prove that she wasn't what they thought she was. It was a hunger that could never be satisfied, because the moment you finished explaining, the mind would simply invent a new way. You might have been misunderstood. The silence of the school began to change. It was no longer a heavy, expectant silence waiting for her next argument. It began to feel like a presence in itself, a cool, indifferent blanket. She watched a small moth flutter near the window, its wings bumping softly against the glass. It was a frantic, repetitive motion, driven by a need to reach a light it could never touch. She felt a sudden, sharp kinship with that moth, she took a breath. It was a slow, deep pull of air that tasted of dust and old paper. As the breath left her, she let the rehearsal stop. She didn't try to find a better version of the sentence. She didn't try to fix the tone. She simply let the unfinished conversation remain as it was, broken, jagged, and uncorrected. She allowed the words to stay stuck in her throat, unpolished and blunt. There was a strange, subtle relief in the abandonment. It was the relief of a soldier laying down a shield that had become too heavy to carry. The room did not need her to be understood. The empty desks did not require her to be right. The shadows did not need her to be perfect. She picked up the slate cloth from the corner of her desk. It was a heavy gray piece of fabric used for wiping the boards. She began to wipe the dust from her desk, a simple tactile motion. Sweep, wipe, fold. Sweep, wipe, fold. The rhythm was steady. It was grounded in the physical reality of the wood and the cloth. She focused on the sensation of the cloth against the grain, the coolness of the desk, the weight of her satchel as she finally began to slide her books into it, the metallic zip of the bag closing. The world was settling in the dark. The school was closing its eyes. Lucy stood up. She didn't look back at the chalkboard. She didn't think about the smudge that remained. She simply walked toward the door, her footsteps echoing softly in the hallway. Not as an argument, but as a simple, singular sound, marking the fact that she was moving, leaving the room, and leaving the unsaid words exactly where they belonged, behind her, in the quiet, in the dark. Story 6. The Orchard Hand Who Kept Smiling. The dawn in the orchard always arrived with a specific kind of chill, a damp heaviness that clung to the underside of the leaves. Daniel would feel it first in his joints, a stiffness that required the rhythmic, repetitive motion of the pruning knife to loosen. He would stand among the rows of apple trees, his boots sinking slightly into the dark, yielding mud at the heel, watching the light struggle to break through the morning mist. For a long time, Daniel had lived with a peculiar, exhausting habit. Whenever he encountered someone in the orchard, a neighbor passing by the fence, a supplier, or even a fellow hand, he felt a sudden, frantic need to manage how his silence was perceived. If he was quiet, he would quickly offer a bright, somewhat performative smile, followed by a flurry of small, unnecessary words. He would explain why he was working so early, or why he seemed so focused, or why he hadn't said hello sooner. He was constantly, subtly, apologizing for his own presence, softening the edges of his ruggedness so no one would mistake his solitude for sullenness or his concentration for anger. He felt as though he were constantly building a small, fragile bridge of words between himself and the world, trying to ensure that no one walked away with a mistaken notion of his character. It was a heavy, invisible labor, a way of preempting any judgment before it could even form. On this particular morning, the weight of it felt especially cumbersome. He was working on the older trees, the ones where the branches grew thick and gnarled. He climbed the wooden ladder, feeling the familiar, slight wobble of the rungs beneath his weight. As he reached for a heavy cluster of fruit, his thumb pressed against a particularly ripe apple. The skin yielded, and he felt the sickening, soft give of a bruise forming under his touch. He stared at the bruised spot. In the past, he might have felt the urge to find someone to tell, to explain the clumsiness of his hands, to justify why the fruit was being damaged, to defend his competence. He could almost hear the words forming in his throat, the start of a long, apologetic sentence to a passing worker about how the trees were just too heavy this year, or how his hands were feeling stiff from the cold. But the orchard was silent. There was only the sound of his own rhythmic breathing and the distant, sharp call of a crow. He looked down at the crate below him, the wood splintered and worn from years of use. He saw the apples already gathered, some perfect, some slightly lopsided, some bearing the small scars of wind and rain. He realized with a sudden, startling clarity that the apples did not need him to justify their bruises. They simply were. They existed in their sweetness and their decay, without any need for a defense. He gripped the pruning knife, the cold steel familiar in his palm. He moved to the next branch. He focused on the sensation of the blade slicing through the wood, the clean, decisive sound, the way the sap wept slightly from the cut. He stopped looking toward the perimeter of the orchard, stopped listening for the sound of footsteps that would require him to perform his friendliness. He worked through the morning. He felt the mud thickening around his boots. He felt the ache in his lower back. He felt the sun beginning to warm the dampness out of the air. And through it all, there was no smile prepared. There was no explanation ready. He was simply a man moving through the trees, tending to the fruit. When the midday sun finally broke through the canopy, casting long, dappled shadows across the grass, Daniel sat on the edge of a crate. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of a dirty hand. He looked at his hands, calloused and stained with juice and earth, a little unsteady from the cold and the climb. He did not feel the need to explain the dirt under his fingernails or the sag in his shoulders. He let the work stand on its own. He let his silence mean only silence. The trees did not ask for his reasons, and for the first time in a long while, neither did he.
By now the day has lost its hard edges. What remains is quieter than thought and heavier than language. It sits in the body. A person can spend so many hours explaining that the work moves out of the mind and into the muscles, It settles in the jaw. It hides in the throat. It gathers behind the eyes. Even after the conversation is over, the body can keep preparing for another one. Another correction, another small defense, another careful attempt to be taken the right way. That is part of the tiredness too. Not only the words themselves, but the way the body keeps a room ready for them. Tonight, that room can begin to close. The mouth does not need to shape anything now. The tongue can rest. The teeth do not need to hold themselves a little apart in case a reply is needed. The chest does not need to stay braced for the next misunderstanding. The dark is not interviewing you. It is not waiting for a cleaner version of your heart. There is only the plain fact of weight, the weight of your shoulders sinking down, the weight of your arms where they have fallen, the weight of your legs under the blankets, the slow rise and fall of the breath doing its old work without a speech around it. If the mind wanders back to the day, let it wander. It will reach for familiar things. A face, a sentence, a moment you wish had landed better. You do not have to chase it there. You do not have to keep polishing what has already passed through your hands. Sometimes the deepest relief is not in finding the perfect final explanation. Sometimes it is in feeling the body grow too honest for one more performance. So let the night draw you downward a little more, out of the bright, effortful world of language, back into the older world of pulse, breath, fabric, warmth, darkness, back into the body that has carried enough for one day. The stories ahead move closer to that place where silence is not punishment and rest no longer needs a reason. Story 7: The Healer Who Explained Her Boundaries. The air in Ruth's cottage always smelled of dried rosemary, damp earth, and the sharp, clean scent of eucalyptus. It was a small, low-ceilinged space filled with the heavy, comforting presence of her work. There were bundles of herbs hanging from the rafters, some turning brittle and gray, others still holding a hint of green. There was the steady, grounding weight of the mortar and stone on her heavy oak table. Ruth was a woman who knew the value of a boundary, but she had also been a woman who felt a deep, almost painful compulsion to make sure everyone else understood why those boundaries existed. When someone came to her, seeking a remedy for a fever or a balm for a heavy heart, Ruth would set the boundaries with a gentle, meticulous precision. She would explain why she could not take appointments after sunset. She would explain why she could not accept payment in anything other than coin or grain. She would explain, with a soft, melodic tone, why she could be requested for certain ailments, but not for others. She believed that by explaining her limits, she was making them more palatable. She thought that if she could just provide enough context, enough kindness, enough why, then people would respect her edges without feeling rejected by them. She was terrified that a simple no would be seen as a lack of compassion or a sudden withdrawal of her care. She spent much of her energy in a state of soft, defensive empathy. She would hold a person's hand, feeling the heat of their distress,
while simultaneously constructing a verbal lattice of justifications to ensure they didn't take her professional distance personally. One rainy Tuesday, the fatigue of this constant, gentle negotiation finally reached its limit. It was late, the lamps had been dimmed, and Ruth was wrapped in her thick, heavy wool shawl, sitting by the dying embers of the hearth. The rain was drumming a steady, hypnotic rhythm against the thatch. There was a knock at the door. Not a polite, tentative tap, but a heavy, insistent pounding. Ruth felt the familiar spike of anxiety in her chest. Her mind immediately began to run through the necessary explanations. I am closed for the night. I am tired. I cannot see you right now, but I will see you at dawn. Please do not think I am being unkind. It is simply that the herbs need to steep, and I must rest to be of service. She stood up, her knees creaking in the quiet room. She moved toward the door, the floorboards groaning under her weight. As she reached for the heavy iron latch, she paused. She looked at the water basin on her table, the surface of the water perfectly still and dark. She looked at the bundles of lavender hanging silent and unbothered by the intrusion. The knock came again, more forceful this time. Ruth felt the urge to call out, to begin the long, apologetic preamble that would soften the blow of her refusal. She opened her mouth, the words already forming, the gentle, defensive, exhausting words. But instead, she simply gripped the latch. She felt the coldness of the iron. She looked through the small, clouded pane of the door. She saw a shadow, a person standing in the rain, waiting for an opening, waiting for a reason. She did not open the door. She did not call out an explanation. She simply pulled the latch shut, the heavy thud of the wood meeting the frame echoing through the small room. She stood there in the darkness, the wool of her shawl pressing against her shoulders. The silence that followed the latch's click was not empty. It was thick and profound and remarkably light. There was no weight of W-Y hanging in the air. There was only the rain, the dark, and the sudden, immense relief of a boundary that stood entirely on its own, needing no words to justify its existence. She walked back to her chair, her movements slow and unhurried. She did not think of how the visitor would feel. She did not think of the reputation of her kindness. She simply sat, watched the last ember glow, and allowed the night to be exactly what it was: a closed door and a quiet room.
Story 8: The Potter Who Let the Bowls Speak. Helen's studio was a place of dust and permanence. It sat near the edge of a river where the earth was always a bit damp and the air tasted of silt and ancient stone. The walls were lined with shelves that held the history of her hands: bowls, plates, and jars, some glazed in deep midnight blues, others left as raw gray clay. For decades, Helen had been a potter who defended her work.
When she was younger, she would stand by her kiln, explaining the imperfections to every visitor. If a bowl had a slight wobble, she would explain the temperament of the clay. If a glaze had run too far, she would explain the heat of the firing. If a rim was uneven, she began a long pedagogical lecture on the nature of organic forms and the beauty of the unpredictable. Unpredictable. She had been a woman of many words, using them as a buffer against the fear that her work might be judged as incompetent or careless. She felt that if she could just provide the narrative, the viewer would see the intention instead of the error. She was constantly, quietly litigating her own artistry. As she grew older, the energy required for this defense began to ebb away. The long, winding explanations felt like heavy, unnecessary stones she was forced to carry through the studio. One autumn, after a particularly long firing, Helen sat among her cooled bowls. The kiln was still radiating a gentle, residual warmth into the room. The dust from the riverbank earth hung in the shafts of late afternoon light, making the air look solid, almost tactile. She was looking at a series of small, simple tea bowls. They were not her most technically perfect pieces. Some had a slight slump to one side. Others had a texture that was almost gritty under the thumb. A neighbor, a man named Thomas, had come by earlier that day. He had picked up one of the bowls, turned it over in his hands, and then set it back down with a small, indomitable shrug before walking away without a word. In the past, this would have triggered a frantic internal monologue. Helen would have felt the need to follow him, to say, "Oh, that one is just a bit temperamental. The clay was a little too wet that day. But if you look at the way the light hits the foot," she would have been desperate to ensure he didn't leave thinking she had lost her skill. But today, she just watched the dust motes dance. She picked up a glazing sponge, damp and cool, and began to wipe the excess clay slip from a finished plate. She felt the texture of the clay, the grit, the smoothness, the weight. She realized that the bowl did not need her to validate its shape. The bowl was complete. If it was broken, it was broken. If it was uneven, it was uneven. Its reality was not dependent on her ability to describe it. She looked at the shelves, at the hundreds of objects standing in silent, unmoving dignity. They did not ask for permission to be what they were. They did not offer excuses for their cracks. They simply occupied the space they had been given. There was a profound, quiet power in that realization. It was a release of the need to be a spokesperson for her own life. She leaned back, her hands stained with the gray residue of the earth, and allowed herself to simply exist alongside her work. She let the bowls speak for themselves, and more importantly, she allowed herself to stop listening for the need to answer them. The studio was silent, save for the distant rhythmic rush of the river and the heavy, peaceful weight of things that are simply and perfectly finished. The world is quieter now. Somewhere in the orchard, the apples are resting in their crates. The ladder is left against the tree. Mud has dried at the heel of the boots, and the pruning knife has been put away without one last explanation for the day. In Ruth's cottage, the herbs hang dark from the rafters. The basin water has gone still. The latch on the door is closed, plain and firm, and nobody is standing beside it, asking for a softer reason. In Helen's studio, the bowls are cooling on their shelves. Some are smooth, some carry a rough lip or a shallow mark where the hand pressed harder than it meant to. None of them are speaking, none of them are defending themselves. They are only there, held by the dark, held by the room, held by the quiet. They have finally been allowed. Maybe that is enough for this night too. Not every bruise needs a story around it. Not every boundary needs a speech. Not every silence means you have failed to make yourself known. Sometimes silence is only silence. Sometimes it is the kindest place a tired mind can go. If a few unfinished sentences are still moving through you, let them move more slowly now. They do not need to arrive anywhere before sleep comes. Let them pass the way dim reflections pass over water at night, present for a moment, then gone again. You have spent enough time arranging yourself for other people's comfort, enough time refining the tone, adding the context, preparing the defense before the accusation has even formed. The body knows the cost of that. The jaw knows it. The throat knows it. The small muscles around the eyes know it. So let the body fall out of that work. Let the face grow unguarded. Let the mouth rest without its next careful sentence. Let the chest loosen. Let the breath move in and out without carrying a message for anyone. There is nothing to solve in this hour. The room around you can hold what remains unfinished. The dark can hold what was not said well. The night does not sort the worthy from the mistaken. It simply lowers itself over every hard thing until the edges soften. And if someone somewhere still carries the wrong version of you, let them carry it alone tonight. You do not have to lift it for them. You do not have to follow after it with a lamp in your hand. Stay here instead. Stay with the weight of the blankets. Stay with the mattress under your back. Stay with the slow old rhythm that asks almost nothing from you now except that you keep resting long enough to feel yourself return. The stories have already done what they came to do. The seamstress put down her defense. The Ferry clerk shortened his account. The copyist left one page clean. The widow stopped narrating her right to remain. The teacher let one old conversation die in the empty classroom. The orchard hand allowed his silence to mean only silence. The healer closed the door with one plain sentence. The potter let the bowls speak or not speak on their own, so the night may close in gently now. Nothing more needs to be added. Nothing more needs to be explained. Let sleep find you before another argument does. Let it come quietly, and let it keep you. Good night.